Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write Automat. Automat is a game automation tool, kind of like AutoHotkey. You can record, in AutoHotkey you can't record short macros, but it's the point in Automat. So in Automat you can create those recordings that you can then play. This is like one thing. So this is an example recording of a mouse trace, which can be played by pressing the space button. So here I have an object that reacts whenever I press space. I hook it up to this timeline, which then controls the mouse for this. I could reconnect this to other objects and they will just work. So this is Automat works. It has a couple cool features like this. It can record other windows. It can, if I remember correctly, it can recognize text. I think I need to hook this up somehow, so I will do it like that. We'll create a loop. Yeah, now we have a loop that recognizes text. So I can move this, and there we go. We have a... Oh, it crashed. But for a brief moment, we had a loop that was recognizing text in another window. Oh yeah, we ran out of memory. We ran out of memory because I have Stable Diffusion running in the background. This is... Actually, I did most of the switch design already, but the plan for today is to fix some of the issues in Automat, like when I minimize Automat to tray, so Automat is running here, right? I can hide it into system tray by pressing this hide option. Now it's gone. The problem is that there are some things that break when Automat is minimized, like some of the rendering, the performance tracking that we are doing gets confused. And also window position is not restored properly. So if I place Automat here, I make this, I don't know, small like that. I hide it. I show it. It pops up at a different position. So it's not quite what we want. But anyway. And I also see some other issues, like this is not properly serialized, and connections are not always serialized properly. So yeah, we are going to fix all of those things today. And there is one more thing, which is in the stream title today. I would like to have a better switch design. So right now Automat has... The switch in Automat looks like that. It's something that can be switched on and off. I could sync this so that you can see how it works. And this is okay. So when I press F, you can turn on this switch. But it's not what I really want to have. And this switch doesn't look like a normal switch. Like when somebody looks at this yin-yang icon, it's kind of confusing. It's not the standard icon for something that can be powered on and off. This should really be a power icon. Yeah, actually power icon would help a lot. But anyway, we will do something entirely different. Because this filling animation that you can see here, I actually don't want switches to look like that. The metaphor of filling of water, it's actually going to be used for streams. When there are objects that are sending data to other objects, they actually have buffers that are filling up, and this metaphor of water, you know, flowing and filling something, it should really be used for buffers in the UI. So you will have a really nice, yeah, just buffers. Anyway. Oh, the synchronization, it actually works so robust now. I can even probably synchronize the F to this timeline. So when I press the F key, it plays a mouse motion and then releases the F key for me. This is kind of fun. You can press F key to play the macro in very slow increments. Yeah. It's doing fun things. I like this. I like this. Anyway, so I was talking about this flip-flop. So new design. I was playing yesterday and I designed, so my process is, I'm starting to use AI actually to help in this design process. I mean, I always used the image generators like this, the brainstorming, but I'm automating this more and more now. So now I have also AI brainstorm through metaphors. I mean, some of those designs are so nice, so nice. This one I like. Anyway, so now AI, when I wrote a small kind of prompt for the AI to brainstorm some visual metaphors and generate different, say, candidate designs that I then scroll through and pick something that I like. So this is what it kind of output initially. This one was slightly too retro, I think, for Automat. Automat is not really that old school. This feels like, I don't know, 50s, 60s design. It's a good design, high quality, but it's too retro. This, like I said, this is cool. This fits Automat aesthetics very nicely, but it's not good for an on-off switch, unfortunately. Then there was this one. This is again slightly too warm. This is not retro anymore, but this creamy color, this beige, I don't know how to pronounce this, beige. This one is also decent. I mean, this is kind of random AI hallucinations, but many of the materials and visual components, they are fun. They are totally usable here. That one went a little bit too crazy with the design, but I like this. So I was doing this with Claude. Claude looked at this and said that those designs, the ornaments, the arrows were supposed to be ornaments, kind of consumed the overall switch design. But I think this is actually good. This is It's actually great when those ornaments are integrated into the design of the switch. This is why those stable diffusion models, like Flux, I think this was Flux or stable diffusion. Anyway, it's actually their strength. They can take ornaments and they can integrate them into the overall, device design. This is nonsense, but it's very inspiring nonsense nonetheless. Yeah, and that one was, this key was supposed to imitate a piano key. Well, this didn't work well. This looked like just a key. I guess piano should have been highlighted, stressed a little bit more. Nice idea though. But piano is not really good for this on-off metaphor that we are going for here. This one is the nicest batch. Very good designs. I liked this very much, and this, and this. Each of them had nice elements. Then we have those very plate-based designs, very large, and very little area in this plate is actually functional. So it's good for building, for architecture, but not great for Automat. In Automat, space is very precious. We cannot waste too much space. This one is very high-tech, sci-fi. I don't like rotary switches. I don't think they are. I wanted to have a rocker switch. So this is unfortunately not great. This is another batch that I liked a lot. It's using the neon lights, especially this one. This one and this one. They use very slight, subtle white contour for this neon tube. I think this works very nicely. We have this one, which is... This reminds me of some audio devices in professional audio. There is a design trend that looks very similar to this. And the last one is unique because the last one comes from the least capable model, Stable Diffusion 1.5. Even though it's very ancient, I have a lot of respect for this old Stable Diffusion model. I think it's very good when it comes to composition, design. Even though those images are kind of nonsensical, they are all visually pleasing. The materials and the composition, they all work nicely. It's too bad that this old Stable Diffusion is kind of detached from reality. It doesn't know how physical objects work, so they are kind of nonsensical. But materials and design, I think Stable Diffusion 1.5 is still like the best when it comes to this. And here it generated maybe a little bit too abstract. Those are more like art installations, some abstract futuristic art. I mean, maybe this could be a switch, but it didn't really follow the prompt too much, so this is unfortunately throwaway. There are some elements of switch here, but they are very subtle. I mean, look at this. Like, okay, there was a prompt to put something magenta, something pullable. But yeah, Stable Diffusion 1.5 is not good at following prompts. You have to prompt it differently. Yeah, I think I will have to adjust the process a little bit. But, so the next step, after I got all of those references, was that I manually combined them in Inkscape to create this. This is, I know this is blurry, but this is actually fully vector shape. So vector shapes can be blurred. So show you. This is how it looks when it's sharp. This is how it looks when it's blurred. Like everything here is slightly blurred because I do this because when I use this SVG for prompting another round of AI work, I really want this. I really want the AI to refine my image without assuming that it's vector-based. So I try to hide the fact that it's vector-based somehow. And I'm using this blurring to confuse AI into thinking this is not a vector image actually. And it works. So out of this, I actually got this huge matrix of fine-tuned, of refined 50%. Refined images, and from those I can pick my favorite. I already looked through them, and those screws are really nice. I like this one overall the most. The one, because it put those nice metal caps on the tube. I think it looks amazing. I love it. Absolutely love it. There was also this one. I think those caps are probably even nicer because they break this white line, which otherwise goes around. And this is also nice. Anyway, I need to pick the images and do another round of refinement. I need to figure out how I want it to look really. The ones generated by Stable Diffusion XL are... I think this is a nice idea to make the switch kind of very, very smooth. It removed the neon light. I think it's fine. Anyway, I think we will, we will look at those in a moment. Because this is what I finished, so now I need to select the nicest ones as references, drop them in some directory, and start working on converting them into Skia draw calls so that we can actually draw this.
Meister Chica says,
Actually, switches with light indicator would be big accessibility positive.
Accessibility? In what sense? I thought that I was actually hoping that this 3D effect of rocker switch will help with this. Think about those things. Anyway, this is a smaller thing. We will do this. But first I want to fix those couple things related to rendering. So I will close this for the moment, for the time being. All of that. I will even shut down Stable Diffusion. I don't think we need Stable Diffusion today. So that leaves a lot of memory free.
When it's on, light lights up, whites.
Yeah. There was this idea also in the old design, but it's very subtle. there is this very tiny LED light on top. Barely visible though.
On band flutter 7, 77 says,
Bro,
Hey. Okay, so let's fire up code editor. First, I want to fix this rendering issue where minimization confuses the performance tracker. There is no name for this component really. And yeah. I need to fire this. I have a sample, or actually no, I have a sample in history here. Like this. When Automat window is minimized to tray and stored, confuses into thinking that some widgets okay. I actually caved in to Anthropic. I'm complaining about Anthropic because they hid the thinking tokens recently, but it's just so useful to have a competent and kind of incredibly fast coding assistant. So I actually switched my Pro subscription to a Max subscription, and I'm just unable to max it out. So feels really nice. I'm even able to use the 1 million context version of Claude, and it's very slow, but it has 1 million tokens of context, so this is working super nice. I started an editing session and it's still going. I'm looking at some of the PRs. I think I will have to tweak the prompt to reduce the amount of useless comments. Like the places where Claude adds those comments are just awful. Like this comment, even if there is a comment like this, it should really be added in the description of the, like in the doc string before the command, before the method. And again, this is just the upping. Like it should really just, there is no need for this command. Just if you read this command and you see that, hey, somebody explicitly specifies build targets, it's probably because we only need those build targets. Like there is no need to explain in detail why this was chosen. So let's tweak this. Delete this, commit. We have this post success. This post success hook, I've read this code already and I was very skeptical about this, but I think this actually would solve a very small pain point that I have right now, that the build graph, there are just some steps that do not update distinct files. And we essentially need stumps for those steps. Like patching is an example of this. Let me see how post success is implemented. Blah, blah. Okay, we are just setting this to a variable. Ooh, this is nice. This is actually very nice. I like this because this invokes the post success on synchronously in the main Python thread. I like synchronous execution. Like this accounting work, it's very lightweight. It's not heavy. It's not going to consume a lot of cores. This is like the perfect place to do this. I like this post success hook. Okay. This is okay. This comment needs to be moved elsewhere. Line 105. Yeah. It'd be nice to see which lines I'm actually... Oh, maybe I can do this preview. Okay, another instance. Actually, this one is actually placed at the correct position. Should you place doc strings before or after? Okay, it should be inside. Let me tweak this. Somewhere here. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, this has to be changed. I don't know why it's creating so much noise here. Anyway. Name is probably fine. Okay. That's the comment. I feel like I'm not at this stage. I'm just kind of polishing this so that it's less noisy, but I'm not meaningfully changing the algorithm. The algorithm is actually alright now. I mean, this also depends on Ninja. But, you know, transitively really, we only need build stamp here.
Meister Chica says,
You can use max subscription. I can't consume OpenA Plus with GPT 5.4.
I heard that GPT 5.4 actually has some advantages. Speed, yeah, that it's way faster than Opus. And Opus is slow, I have to say, yeah. Sometimes I issue a command and I have to wait like half an hour for it to finish.
Does not degrade while using it.
Sometimes I have those lucky runs with Opus where it seems to, as the coding session progresses, it gets in the kind of right mood, like it starts to understand how the code base works, how everything fits together. And that makes me so happy, but then I hit the context limit and, you know, it basically dies. Like it's like seeing somebody you actually kind of trained, it actually clicked in their brain, you know, they see how all of the things work together and then, you know, they run out of context. And they have to be replaced with another fresh clone that has to be taught from scratch how everything works again. Such a pain. Anyway, I'm thinking about maybe putting just build stamp here. And what is the outputs here? Self outputs. So there is this concept in... So this is used in compilers. It's called... Sorry, it's in game theory. So when one step kind of is a subset of the other, we say that it's kind of... like, if all of those dependencies were placed here, then it would be evident that this step always needs to run after this one, and all of those dependencies could then be removed. Like, people call this domination. It's a very weird term, but yeah. So this rule, it depends on this previous rule, and all of its inputs, so it's a like strict superset. So it kind of dominates this. So I could theoretically remove all of the other dependencies from here and just keep the build stamp. I'm not sure if this is good for readability. Anyway, I will keep this like that.
Mikazada 3142 says,
Hello.
Hello. Okay, and again, this is just noise. This is just noise. Line 395. It's good to have some comments, not that many. Those are like more like a personal blog of the AI, where it kind of explains why it added some feature. It defaults to all. There is no need to mention this. This is evident from the function signature. Okay, should be fine.
Meister Chica says,
No, they are marking training data. You know, very verbose, over-documented code.
Yeah, this is honestly like the perfect comment at this stage. It's not too long, not too short. One sentence, you know what it does. Okay, I think this is cool. Can be matched. I'm using this web-based Cloud code. It's very strange, but on the web, they give you access to this huge 1 million context window. We do not do this on desktop. If you want to do this on desktop, you're just going to get a quarter of this, or less than a quarter, really. So yeah, I'm trying to move the development to cloud. I guess I will ask it to create an SSH server for me so I can SSH into this remotely. Or actually, no, let's try this. I hope they will not ban me for this. Let me check what was the name of this service. GitHub, blah blah blah. I need to find something. Yeah, I'm basically politely asking it to give me access into their data center. Or this is probably some Amazon cloud or something like that. Oh yeah, it's complying, nice. Sweet. Teammate, yes. I feel like I'm fishing right now. There must be some firewall, I think.
I guess I know what Anthropic's meeting agenda today.
I was kind of interested in what kind of machine it is running on. Like, how many cores does it have? You know, it's possible to create those Claude routines, you know, basically cron jobs. Cron jobs where agent starts up and does something. I just want to see what kind of machine does it have. It's also fun because anybody who's watching the stream can join in. I guess there is some firewall in play. The agent started debugging stuff, right? It fired up teammate. Teammate's not working. It's checking what's wrong. Can I reach Google? Do I have internet? Port 443 is the only reliable egress. I could set up stuff at 443. I could put my SSH at 443. Okay, this is not the point for today, to kind of get a remote shell. It's definitely possible to get a remote shell. Like, just from looking at this seems like a very, very crude terminal. I mean, you can run SSH through SSH over HTTPS. There are ways to do this. You can run SSH over DNS. So if you have a compliant partner on the other side who wants to establish a connection, possible to establish a connection. I really want is I wanted to actually build I'm also pretty sure that this session was flagged. Okay, the local agent is finished. Let's see what it found. It's not a wall clock. Instead now is boot. It's a monotonic clock. I really like this function here that I used for sleeping. This actually puts Automat to sleep. This is a proper sleep. Yeah, this is a problem. Unfortunately, this GPU stats, is this implemented in Skia? I thought this was only working on macOS. Oh, this is a nice pattern. So they have a directory where they drop release notes. This is nice. This is a nice idea. Okay, 133, I think we have this version. This is implemented for the DOM backend only, yes. Okay, interesting stuff. Wait, what happened here? Let's restore them. See if stuff still builds. Oh, so many new milestones. Okay, that works. It would be really cool if we had proper GPU stats. DM. Okay. This simplification, if we can switch to GPU stats, wow, this is going to actually help a lot. Because the time that we are measuring, it's also including time spent by rendering other widgets. It's going to make Automat like meaningfully faster actually. The renderer is going to be able to access like true compute time, and yeah, it's immediately going to get better. Okay, this is also a nice workaround. There is also nano bench. Yep. And there is some Volcan code for this. Is it empty? Is it all empty? They do. There are some. There is this elapsed time. This is elapsed time for command buffer. This is exactly what we need. This is exactly, yeah. Line 5. Yep. Okay, this is actually a big change. It's likely going to break many things, but yeah, that's okay. It's good to have more recent Skia. Skia actually added some optimizations. I was reading on their blog that now when there is overdraw, Skia basically does deferred rendering now. So it doesn't render everything as you tell it. It actually only draws some very lightweight identifiers, and then it has a shading pass where it shades everything, and it's only invoked once per pixel. So it solves the overdraw problem completely. Yeah, it's just bumping this counter. One for 8. Let's read some of those notes. That's nice. Interesting. Maybe there is a different API to encode images now. I'm happily not using this Ganesh thingy, so this is not affecting me at all. Spend APIs has been removed. Okay, that makes me worried. Memory allocator is no longer optional. Okay, this is also making me worried. It's an undocumented feature. Something could be defined now. This is not undocumented anymore. Oh, this was removed. Okay, that's fine. We don't care. Ooh. We might be actually using this. We do not need to pass this color type anymore. And stuff. We are actually abusing recording sorting a lot. Okay, gradient shader. I guess we are using this a lot. Okay. We have to update all of them. Nice. I wasn't following Skia for a while. If global tone mapping. Oh yeah. Is there some HDR support maybe? This is cool. This is for decoding untrusted data, probably. Yeah, just a limit, a more limit for decoding. MSAA. It's funny, but in games, people are kind of moving away from this MSAA a lot. In many recent games, the best anti-aliasing you can get is actually TAA right now, which has some problems. Sometimes it's just fun to render stuff at higher resolution and get proper anti-aliasing. How is it going? Yeah, actually bumping Skia to a recent version is a good project for today. If we can do this, and if we can remove the GPU time tracking, our hacky GPU time tracking, is going to be great. By the way, there should be a build running right now, I guess. It finished. Blah blah blah. I do not remember those. So whenever bumping a version, it's important to delete the old directory from third party, but this is a reasonable thing actually, because if you do not do this, the build system will have to, on every build invocation, ask the internet whether Skia is the right version. It remove third party build directories, that's fine. Build directories could actually stay. There's no harm. They wouldn't be very useful anyway. Okay. Let's continue. Nice. Yeah, PNG encoding is actually weird that Skia was using libpng. libpng is a reference implementation. It's not particularly optimized. I guess it's fairly safe. It's fine, this is fine. I don't think we are using those move to line 2. Maybe we are. Oh, mark frame boundary. This is also going to be nice. it has to migrate the gradient shader. This was the change from somewhere here. It was somewhere there. This is exactly the type of code, the type of fixes that AI could do. It's like there is no thinking there. You just need to migrate to the new namespace. HDR. This is going to be interesting. I would like to see how HDR windows will look. I already have some parallel pipeline compilation code. Maybe I can remove this now. Okay. No, full migration. Full migration. No laziness. I should have used exclamation mark here. May try to answer me. what was the old API? It was 139. Okay, so we used those preferred features. Okay, that was actually a big change because if Skia has those preferred APIs, we should use them. Okay, like I said, Opus is terribly slow. Going to take some time. Right.
$772 says,
I am a living being.
Hey. This is exactly what a living being would say.
That's the root axiom that I base everything on. I am a conscious living being.
I was actually thinking about this consciousness. There was an article recently on published by DeepMind. Let me find this. Yes, this one. I've read this because consciousness, this is such a slippery concept. Like, people do not want to talk about this, and especially in papers. Like, nobody wants to publish papers on consciousness. And there was somebody finally from like a decent research lab. Mine is like a very decent research lab. Published an article about consciousness. So I went through this, and it was. I just disagree about everything that it says. Like, even the form that this paper is written, it's using this obfuscation, like esoteric language. It invents new terms for common concepts that already have established names. So it's using about vehicles and, oh yeah, vehicle causality and content and vehicle is about embodiment, I think. This is exactly what the article claims. The article claims that language models are not conscious because they are not embodied, essentially. And you basically have to scroll to the end, to the last section, because they avoid using the term embodiment throughout the paper. Only at the very end, in summary, they actually engage in some kind of discussion, because probably people have discussed with the author, like, hey, you are just talking about embodiment. So at the end, he switched to the normal terminology. But yeah, the takeaway is that AI is not conscious. It cannot feel real pain, because real pain is only when you actually are embodied. And to me, this is still not a big kind of gap to make. Like, what's the problem? You take a Roomba, you install an LLM, and suddenly the LLM is conscious, because now it's running on a vacuum cleaner with, real sensors. So when it bumps, its front sensor, it feels real pain. It's nonsense, right? This is, yeah. What is this PDF? Can I read the PDF? Yeah. Some ideas here are kind of nice, like this flipping of this common assumption. Like we typically think as consciousness as emerging from mechanics of a system. And he says that yes, this is true, but consciousness derives from, it's like at a lower level below language. So this is this green box, it represents language, like the ability to think about ideas. So he says that the ability to think about ideas emerges from consciousness and not the other way around. Which is an interesting discussion to be had, but it really boils down to embodiment. He says that because some agents are embodied and the physics, sometimes they lead to conscious experience, which in turn leads to the ability to cognitively process symbols, essentially language.
There's a lot of cool neuroscience experiments on consciousness. Disconnecting right and left hemispheres of brain and tricking one into hallucinating a reason for why the other hemisphere did something.
I love this. Yes. I actually have a book on neuro. It's not a computer science book. It's a medical book about various ways that brains break, and they also had like a whole section about this case that you are describing here. It's absolutely crazy, and I think I 100% agree. It reveals a lot of nuance about what consciousness really is and how brain really works. This split brain experiment, this is what it's called. Split brain that was actually a procedure that was used medically for people with epilepsy, if I remember correctly. It was used a long time ago. I don't think it's used anymore, but there are still some people alive who had it performed.
Have you used this skill?
URL.
Oh, I heard about this. No, I haven't. I wonder how it affects thinking.
Yep, there's not sufficient guarantees from the author about model efficacy. It's just anecdotal. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, I had this idea about consciousness. I actually want to run this through you guys. Is that this consciousness, it really seems like a moving target, because like a long time ago, like before language models became a thing, people looked at Markov models, like I was one of them, and it was clear from those primitive language models that there is something about language that's different from all of the different approaches to artificial intelligence. We use some reinforcement, evolutionary strategies, or small neural networks, even recurrent ones. They're just different. Like when neural networks operate on language, they seem to be. It always was like that, like long before LLMs. Like it always seemed like language is like the key to human level intelligence. And language models happened. We kind of unlocked the genie. And I honestly think this should really qualify for consciousness. But consciousness, the word, I feel like it's used as some kind of trait that allows people to distinguish themselves from machines. It's like consciousness is this abstract property that makes you feel different from hardware, from like AI agents. It's kind of it's just a term to make people feel special at this point. If you try to define consciousness precisely, like mathematically, what it actually is to be conscious, I think the best definition is about attention. Like there was this, and modern language models have the ability to direct attention to different concepts. They have this ability to process a world and exist in a world that is bigger than their computational capabilities. And attention is essentially about that, about existing in a world that you cannot really process. You really need to focus your attention on a narrow subset of this environment. And I think this is what consciousness, this is my favorite. There's really no best definition of consciousness. There's only your favorite one, really. And language models have this. Like lots of machines have this. Yeah, so I honestly feel that consciousness at this point is a shifting target, and the people who redefine consciousness now, they redefine it mostly to just feel better, to feel different, more capable than agents at this point.
This paper seems to phrase things in a more difficult manner than they need to be. It's fun to read artful, but not ideal for a technical paper. Is that cognition or consciousness?
I'm attacking mostly the consciousness. I think the consciousness is the one that, because cognition or reasoning, I don't think it's such a controversial idea that language models are able to think. Think is a big word. When I was writing my paper, my professor told me, do not ever use the term think in the context of neural networks. Neural networks do not think. You can evaluate them. You can run them. They are tools. They are like functions. You do not say that a function thinks. And even the word training is, controversial because it anthropomorphizes neural networks. It's really about optimizing parameters. You do not. We use the word such as penalty, but penalty in the context of neural networks, there's no pain involved. It's not bad for the neural network to be penalized. It's just about, tweaking the arguments in the opposite direction, tip parameters in the opposite direction. Anyway, I feel like a lot of this discussion about consciousness, it really boils down to definition, and it's very hard to come up with a definition that would not be trivial to satisfy at this point. So my current definition of consciousness is that it's a label that makes people feel better, basically. There are also some approaches to consciousness which are based around sensation of pain. I guess this paper is actually kind of like that because it goes to grounding of the experience. The paper basically says if you simulate an LLM everything that it experiences is simulated signals. It's not true, it's not real. It cannot be real consciousness. I disagree with this. I feel like if a person was connected to a matrix-like environment, it would still count as a conscious person. But anyway, the term conscious is such a fuzzy term that I think LLMs which have the attention mechanism, even the tiniest, the simplest ones, I think they should qualify as conscious. But that doesn't make them more grandiose. It doesn't make them kind of bigger because they are kind of, quote, conscious. It just takes more gravitas away from consciousness, in my opinion. There are still other properties that make people more capable than models. I'm not questioning those. I just think that the term consciousness, it is possible to define it. I really like the definition where it's equal to basically having the ability to direct attention. I think, we can just surrender this term. I guess it's fine saying that AI is conscious, but for example, we can still say that the pain that the AI feels, it's not the same kind of pain that living beings feel, because it's inconsequential to an AI.
Experience is an atomic thing that can't be described in terms of other things, in my opinion. That's what consciousness is. There's a new emerging theory that it's another property of matter.
I feel your argument, it just reinforces my claim that it's an abstract property that makes people feel better. If you try to formalize this, and build a system that performs this, quote, experience, it's very hard to come up with a definition that is not going to be just trivial to implement. Oh, there were also definitions of consciousness about having a world model, like if you have some kind of abstract model of the world, and you can think about this, that this is consciousness, and in this abstract model of the world, you exist, so you can think about yourself in your own mind. But then this is even easier to satisfy. You don't even need a language model to do this. You can just write a program, like a good old classical AI, like the NPC from Skyrim, probably would be conscious in this definition. Because an NPC from Skyrim has some kind of world, abstract state of the world, and this NPC also has an entity for themselves in this abstract world. So this consciousness as a abstract model of the world in your brain, it's even easier to satisfy.
Now I'm angry at math.
Yeah, this idea about words, and some words are just they do not carry such a strong, grounded, well-defined meanings. Some of them are just part of, like, Wittgenstein wrote about this, the late Wittgenstein. There is, some words are just part of a game. Their meanings shift, and they are kind of fun to talk about them, but as long as they lack a solid logical definition.
TTS-ed says,
What is consciousness? Please contact your manufacturer.
772 says,
TTS-ed.
But the takeaway from this paper is that if you put an LLM on a Roomba, it becomes conscious, which shows that this idea is absurd. I mean, okay, the paper, to be fair, the paper said, actually, they said this. They actually had a paragraph that says that, oh, actually, if you just embed an LLM on a robot, it's not quite what we mean, but they didn't really say what they mean by this. So what's the missing component then? And if they didn't, clarify this, I don't think they really have a good answer. What is happening here? It's a very YOLO refactoring, I see. Set-based refactorings never work, but okay. Have fun. This has to be fixed. Apparently I am using this builder pattern a lot. This is a very nice change by Skia. It's going to improve quite a lot of things. Okay. Stepping back from this consciousness discussion, there is some progress here. Okay, this was done. I probably shouldn't do two concurrent edits because it's going to cause some issues.
I'm very excited for AR.
Oh yeah. I feel like technology is here already. Just nobody still makes good hardware. I was playing with Even Realities glasses. They are decent. If somebody just fixes the broken software that the company that Even Realities makes, those glasses are going to be amazing. But it has to be done by a different company.
TTS-ed says.
So about Linux, yesterday I realized how average person who hasn't used PowerShell or CMD or terminal think of Linux instead of thinking it as ice cream with different flavors. They really think about it as completely different dish. I want on a distro. On a distro that can play games. Well, all of them can too.
772 says.
However many screens as I wish, not limited by physical constraints in a sense.
Yeah. I always wanted to try the Apple headset, the Apple VR thingy, or AR thingy, because they have higher resolution. I was playing with Index, at Index resolution Vision Pro, yeah.
Vision Pro.
Yeah, let's just call this Apple VR. Apple doesn't like to use established terms, so at least we can do this. Anyway. The Apple VR headset, it has really nice resolution, like highest, not highest, but one of the highest on the market. And when I was using Valve Index, I had to use screens that were as large as, imagine you're sitting in a cinema and you're casting, your coding session editor on the cinema screen. massive screen. That was the only way to use a computer in VR for me, because the resolution was so low. And with Apple VR headset, I guess it should be possible to shrink the screen twice and still have it readable.
I'm going to befriend Zuck, because I appreciate how ahead of his time he was swerving completely toward VR toy. Don't worry. I'll introduce you to one another.
The Skia is actually kind of risky, I see. Okay, I'm going to leave this alone, this plot code, because I do not want to mess this massive refactor that's happening in the other window. I feel like all of those paths, really, they should be captured and reused, but probably too big. Yeah, I'm going to let it finish, then I will review. So many changes. Hey, there was this game, I wanted to try this out. Okay, open a new one. I want to see some tutorial. Using some other storage. Memory. Maybe not memory. Come on.
Web database AP.tool.
Yeah, IndexedDB. I just need to find a place where to clear it. Or tools.
Just use GitY. In address bar.
Oh. Thanks. Yeah, year is 2077. It's not that far in the future. By the way, the original Cyberpunk game was Cyberpunk 2020, so we are already past the time. Where are my mods, my implants? Okay, reset. Ooh. Currency, sector 12. My money, I have some money. Nice. That's a good amount of cash. Everything at 100%. Crime money, 100%. Oh, those are multipliers.
TTS-ed says,
Quick! Steal his Bitcoin.
Okay. Help. There is S.
772 says,
Check out How the World Really Works by Vaclav Smile. You might find it interesting.
TTS-ed says,
Terminal is used when you want to have one-on-one conversation with your PC.
Yeah. Now terminal is more like an aesthetic. Like the idea with Cyberpunk, by the way, with this hacking, is that it was kind of like a 3D virtual environment where you would literally enter, different buildings. There was like that was the idea with Cyberpunk originally. It wasn't, a text-based console where you would hack. It was nothing like that. It was more like Tron. Yeah.
Sounds like a Futurama episode.
Nuke. Okay. Let's run it. Okay, we cannot. Oh, it's a mesh network, right? And we have some other hosts nearby.
Pseudo Arambri.
772 says,
I bought a new mouse and it makes me happy.
you are allowed.
Nice. It's like going to school and taking notes. It's easier when you have a nice notebook and a nice pen. I guess nice hardware works the same way. Root access, yes. Everywhere else, no. I love the fact that the RAM capacities of computers in the next 50 years have not increased a bit. They actually regressed. Oh, you have 8 gigabytes of RAM, and another person has 4 gigabytes of RAM. This is like not even smartphone level right now. It is a proper mesh network. Required hacking skill 1. Nmap should have this report. When you nmap your local network, it should also tell you what's the required hacking skill. Number of open ports required to nuke. Oh, no. I need to use my keyboard for this. We are going to hack this properly. Okay, change the keyboard layout. So okay, what info did we get? Noodle bar. No, we shouldn't hack a noodle bar. Who does this? Who hacks noodle bars? $70K? What kind of noodles are those?
Dice Nexus says,
Remember Internet Archive hacks.
What were those? All of the ports are closed. Can I tab? Yes, yes I can. Phew. I was actually wondering what nuke does, because nuke, it sounds like something that wipes your bootloader.
The Internet Archive suffered major security breaches in October 2024, involving distributed denial of service DDoS attacks, and a data breach affecting 31 million unique users. Attackers stole a 6.4 GB SQL database containing emails, screen names, and bcrypt hashed passwords. The site was temporarily defaced, and services were taken offline for improvements.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know who would hack archive. Why? It's a pretty much a non-profit, I think. I think it's managed by some US university, Stanford or something like that, or MIT maybe.
And cyber people on YT were literally making videos saying that if they keep doing, that the hackers will pay for it.
Yeah, yeah. That's something to do. It's like, it's like hacking Wikipedia. Why? Why would you do this?
'Cause it's like Library of Alexandria.
Okay, so I'm looking at this game and wondering what's the process. So I have to run nuke and then I can hack. I'm already root. What's the point in hacking anything? Failed to hack noodles. Is it about, like, stealing their money? Or what?
When I see the Nuke X, all I can think of is Darik's boot and Nuke.
Okay, I also have a grow and weaken. I guess they also have some side effects, right? So I kind of need to farm those servers so I can send hack. Okay, I need to go home. J. How do I type J?
Meister Chica says.
I got mail from previous employer, responded who our lie rate on per contract basis is 500.
Sounds decent. Sounds like sounds like you're gonna make more real life money than I can do in this game in the same amount of time. I forgot keybinds. Layout HTML, please. Can I view it? Oh, come on. What's this? What's this nonsense? Letters. J. 1, 2, 1. Okay. Yeah. How did I forget that?
They can't push new kernel to the distribution network. I guess their management should have listened to the team who built secure deployment network after XE's exploit.
Amazing, amazing. It's crazy that, management comes and basically destroys the company, makes people leave, and then, hires mercenaries to save, the sinking ship, basically.
Berg's Nexus says.
Do you think Makos is Fisher-Price toys for adults?
Fisher-Price toys. What is this?
Meister Chica says.
So we wait
Yeah.
for Claw, or are we just playing Bitburner?
Oh, we are waiting for Claude. This Fisher-Price is a nice analogy, by the way. Yeah. Find this B9.
TTS-ed says,
'Cause Apple doesn't allow you to do anything else that they don't approve of.
Meister Chica says, URL.
This is, I'm guessing this is the, it's compiling. Control, what was V? And I keep forgetting the shortcuts. Okay, I need to find this. Give me a sec. I forgot how to type on my keyboard. There we go. This is my cheat sheet. I have the muscle memory.
Math is now a power keyboard user.
Yep. You see, it's thinking, so there is nothing for us to do. Semicolon was, I think, like that. Save. It would be nice to see what this script says. We have 8 GB of RAM free on this machine, which is enough to run our script. I wonder, what's the efficiency? I love everything about this simulation. We are in the year 2077. Our computer has 8 GB of RAM, which is on par with today's smartphones. And we can barely run a single JavaScript. This is accurate. JS.
Meister Chica says, URL. S-Nexus says,
Everything now has bloat.
Meister Chica says,
This one is good.
Nice one. I love this. Is this one new? Oh, this is actually folded.
Diox Nexus says,
What I saw. If you get access to someone's PC, you take a screenshot of their home screen, change it into wallpaper, and then hide every desktop icon.
This is fairly recent. Okay, your script is now running. You wanted to see how much memory it's consuming. So is this script running on some server? Or maybe it's catching up when I reconnect.
Meister Chica says,
Ask Gippity.
Oh, I can move this window. Wait, how much RAM is it using?
It probably has it in its training data.
Oh, it's making me some experience. Okay. Let's go back to terminal. I'll make some coffee. Be right back. Oh yeah, cloud. Okay. What do you want to do, Claude? No, he wants to just print some lines, right? Anyway. Be right back.
Gippity said this said.
URL.
So I'm back. Let's see how this game works. Okay. So this is a JavaScript within JavaScript.
Deus Nexus says,
Do you like retro games?
I am ambivalent about retro games. I sense a game recommendation is coming though.
Nope. Nope.
Each function has a RAM cost. To be honest, those programming games, they are called Zack-likes. They aren't particularly retro, in my opinion. But I feel it's kind of lazy to do this game as a terminal game. I really like the Zachtronics because they are actually putting a lot of effort into providing some kind of fun graphical interface to the game, typically. So it's not just, you know, an interface like that.
Casey Manuar does videos about N64 and its internal structure, how it handles rendering and how it assembles things and its code. Thought it may be interesting for you.
Full-time Slob says,
Hello. Is Nexus bothering you with him trying to spread Linux again?
Deus Nexus says,
Silence, slob.
Full-time Slob says,
Deus Nexus, you can't silence me, and you know it.
Okay, tail is using for...
Deus Nexus says,
Full-time slob, I can annoy you enough that you quit.
for those slots.
Full-time Slob says,
Deus Nexus.
Okay, I will keep this around. Looks nice.
Deus Nexus says,
Like, for example,
Looks
there
elaborate.
is this.
URL.
I am not exaggerating when I say that Mario 64's sound engine is absolutely insane. Look at this Tetris gameplay. What if I told you that the entire game of Tetris is simply a Mario 64 sound effect that Death Wizard composed? And what you're seeing right now is running as a sound effect inside Mario 64. In fact, some things that we will demystify. Have you ever felt your cartridge was haunted? No part of the hardware necessitated.
Yeah, it has some bytecode, right? That's an interesting reference. I really do not care about Mario, but I do care about sound generation. And I guess they might have done some interesting things in their system. They have layers, okay.
He basically knows Mario and 64 code better than the devs.
Yeah, I do have some super primitive sound system in Automat that I'm looking to kind of modernize maybe. Oh, it worked. It grew by like 20 megabytes. That's a lot. That's actually quite a lot. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that. But the big question is, does it... J?
Full times
And
law math is on Linux.
$772 says,
Are you wearing gym gloves?
those are car gloves, actually. Yeah, we need VMA explicitly linked this time. We have kilometers of changes. Lots of files to review. But I should probably do this once it's working. There's no point in doing this right now, I guess. Interesting, this rect is constant, right? Yeah. I could carry this path builder into some static global variable.
Nexus says,
I mean, he is lifting his keyboard with one hand.
Why does it have multiple allocators? If it's thread safe? Maybe there is a reason for this, because those models, they have been trained on some good code, so they have some intuitions.
I found one red and dead pixel on my monitor.
Okay, let's see if this works. I give it like 50% chance that it will work fine. Okay. There are some regressions in Tesseract, notably. I guess there is some slowness in the UI as well. And do this. Seems to work.
It's pretty funny.
You mean the pixel? Okay, Tesseract is very broken now. So Tesseract is using some tricks here to achieve perspective. And those tricks, I think, some transform may not capture this.
Yay! It's just one red pixel.
Oops. I should quit it.
772 says,
In simple terms, what's the difference between machine learning, AI?
TTS-ed says,
One doesn't have negative rep.
There are many definitions for both. And under some definitions, I guess some people may treat them. AI is generally wider, I guess. AI, like the one definition I know, is that it's about imitating intelligence found in natural organisms. For instance, like neural networks, evolutionary algorithms, some boids, which imitate colonies, like large groups of animals. Those are all forms of intelligence that are found in nature, and artificial intelligence is about recognizing and emulating them, converting them into engineering techniques. Machine learning is more about a class of algorithms that are trainable from data. Artificial intelligence also has this intelligence part. There are also different definitions of intelligence, and intelligence is another thing, just like consciousness. It's one of those moving targets. What is it doing? Okay. There was some big changes in Tesseract, I see. This is not important. Not important. I don't think this is important. It sounds like it is, but looks correct. The issue must be elsewhere. Yeah. I think here. Or not. No, sorry, no, this is for I. This is for laser. Or maybe this is the issue. It looks like regression, honestly. Looks like upstream regression, unfortunately. Probably here. Yes, it's almost definitely here.
Oh. MSG got to go through checkpoint white. Automat.AD.
Okay, I'm going to play some beat burner. It is making me some money. How much money do I have? That's 10k. Wow, I am rich now. Okay, so Hacknet node is like Tor, except it's monetized. We can buy nodes and rent them out. I guess we have to pay for use, probably. We have absolutely no nodes. Oh yeah, what's that? Let's purchase one. It's just making money. It's like a capitalist dream. This is basically auto-clicker. I cannot purchase more. I need to go to the, quote, city. Let's go to the city.
Meister Chica says,
While true person making money.
Okay, I remember we live in sector 12. Where is Noodles Bar? The one that we are hacking here. It's not here, it's not part of the city. Interesting. Lastly, on documentation. Yes, we've already been here. Yeah. This is a well-written game. And the documentation is also nicely written. Typically when you play games, like the first bot that you usually write is a random movement. And then you write another bot that tries to win with it. Play against it. Anyway. Is it fixed? No. So for some reason, only those horizontal walls work, but they stop working. Yeah, when the window resizes. Close this window. Okay, that was a very weird change. I do not see any poly to poly here. I mean, yes, there is this matrix. Yeah, let's let it think. This is not the... Okay, this is a strange bug. The drop order seems to be broken. It's going to be drawn on top of what? What is this called? This thingy? The background. And this is super strange. Why would the draw order be broken? This is totally benign stuff. Yeah, I think this is just highlight for the text, which was recognized. And those are, yeah, some of the cables. And this is clipping the eye. It's working fine. Yeah, weird things are happening here. Very weird. Changes. Explicit flag. Okay, that's fine.
Diox Nexus says,
And we are using SRC over. Yes. I mean, I like the fact that Skia can do batching. It's actually super nice. And the fact that it reorders things is concerning. It's not on this hole here. Okay, I think this is a bigger issue. It has to be debugged and fixed. This is not an issue in our code. I can see that already. Vertices is builder detached. Can I do anything with this builder? I would like to try this without this matrix. Okay.
Is it just looped on aerodynamic?
There are like 3 aerodynamic remixes in my playlist. This is the third version. There's one from Alive 2007, one from Daft Club, and one from Discovery. So I've reduced the number of points from 4 to 3 because with 4 points, sometimes you end up with perspective, and with 3 points, you have much easier transforms. Like skew. This is a skew transform here. And now it works. Now it works. Yeah. Let me switch back to 4. Yeah, and now it's broken.
Linux users on their 15,644 video on why their chosen distro is God's gift to Earth.
Yeah, I think it must be a regression within Skia when the matrix represents a perspective. Actually, can we really represent a perspective in SK matrix? Don't we need SKM for 4? Huh. Huh. Okay, it claims that it supports perspective, but it clearly doesn't here. It's grabbing a lot of stuff. I guess it's fine. Oh yeah, beginner's guide. It would be nice if they had scroll bars in this game. Okay, not looking bad. This is the kind of game where you get a handbook, literally handbook, that you have to go through before you know how to play it. Okay. Oh. So Skia is using z-tests. Ah. It hurts, this CPU-based perspective transform. but probably better than nothing. Yeah, oh, ow. Things are bent now. You can see this broken line here. Probably not that bad though. It's probably acceptable. But kind of defeats the purpose of this matrix, I think.
Meister Chica says.
I don't know how and why Boutrizier crashed my browsed.
What happened here, but maybe I have control pressed. I think I could just do this PTS, yes, of I. I heard good things about three-seater. It's this super elegant parsing system. It can apparently also crash a browser. Okay, no need for matrix.
Dice Nexus says.
Let's start a rumble. Which Linux distro is the best?
I am past this stage, really. It's honestly hard for me to even imagine why, what's the point of those discussions. Kind of like discussing what programming language is the best.
It's like discussing which superhero is the best. Obviously, it's Iron Man.
I think this code could be optimized away by the compiler, so this is probably not being committed at all. Okay, time to review this whole code. There's a lot of code. I need to go through this. So here I see only changes related to paths. half-brief. This is concerning. Cersei core, half-brief. Iterator for paths. And functions. Why did they remove this reverse at path? Such a weird thing. Okay, connector optical. Empirically, it works, so it's probably fine. This whole code. Drawings. What do we have here? I need to create a proper rect shader, something that I could use in most of the designs, like the switch. This seems to be fairly simple. This is just creating a conic gradient. This is used for shading keys, for instance. I can take a look at the keys and see if they look okay. Yeah, this is our nicely shaded key. Looks fine. I actually think I could use SK color for F. I think it will be much more intuitive. I'm just afraid that this is going to blow up this change. Image. Let's see. Yeah, it works. Maybe I should pre-apply this transform here. This actually sounds like a cool project for AI. I need to list some of the to-dos. It's fine. And those are those color issues. Flip-flop. Is it still working? Yeah. it's possible to pass builder here. No. Half measure. Okay, apparently it's not possible. Not a big deal. Guess maybe they are optimized if there is just one reference. Instructions look good. They look fine.
Do you think it would be a cruel joke to open Copilot and ask it for detailed instructions on how to switch to Linux?
I wonder what it will produce. If it produces instructions, it's definitely going to be wrong. This is such a big question. It's the kind of questions the kind of question you cannot really answer without understanding the context.
Or, hey Copilot, how do I uninstall you and Edge for that matter?
Okay, macro record. Does it still work? Yeah, it seems like it worked. Yeah, the standard issues with the colors, we already have this listed here.
You know Mutahar.
No, not really.
Ordinary gamers?
Sounds like some Twitch accounts or YouTube accounts. Yeah.
Really?
I mean, it's not something that one would make up, right? YouTube creates a lot of bubbles, you know. I only became aware of Mr. Beast, you know, last year. I just never saw any of his videos before.
He does tech videos, talking about AI and technology and coding going.
YouTube is full of those accounts, accounts like channels for beginners, because like most of YouTube is people who are, you know, starting. Or for whom all of this is brand new. And it's always going to be like that. Because once you know this stuff, you stop watching YouTube, and yeah. It's like constant treadmill of people who are just starting and entering. Kind of the world of tech. they decoupled this class. I mean, they broke it into two in a very interesting way. So now, to construct a gradient, you have to have a separate gradient, which is just a list of colors, and the type of gradient, like a linear gradient. I wonder why code reuse. Okay, this is fixed. Again, I need to fix those colors. Yeah, this is the way to build paths right now. Cache them in a static variable. You build them once, cache them. And now Skia has some lightweight sharing mechanism for those behind the scenes. Suspicious. Why is there no offset built in? Ah, okay, fine, probably. Exactly. Instead of this make offset, should be an argument in detach. We are halfway through only. Oh god. Let's see if timer works. Seems to work. This is invoked only once and cached, so no point here. That doesn't do anything. Interesting that this animation works, because it's also creating perspective transform, I think. Yeah, I need to change this to work on floats, really. Or not. Anyway. Floating point colors. Yeah, I guess this is the future. This is the one that needs to be fixed. I'm actually storing those colors as escape color for F essentially here. No. Well, this looks good. I can get rid of this file. Cool.
Yesterday I was doing some market research, Gage.
And what did you find?
Most sold items on Etsy seem to be custom portraits, digital downloads of people or pets, or stuff like that. Sadly, I can't draw.
It's actually understandable. Like, I even remember my wife. She was actually at university. She was actually doing some portraits for people. It wasn't on Etsy, but yeah, it's like the one case where contracting some artist absolutely makes sense. Actually wonder how much context do I still have here, and probably not much. Now this is going to be a tricky change. We're asking for this. I'm not sure if possibly we have to enable GPU stats somehow. I'm not sure if we can do it here, or maybe we have to do it in VKCC. Where is the CPU time coming from? How do we calculate this? I'm actually curious what times are we going to get now. I can already say that rendering is more responsive. Oh, that was a cool fix. So it's not that rendering was suddenly got faster, it's just our frame pacing algorithm now has a more accurate information about how much time things take. So it can schedule more work per frame. And it produces a smoother animation. Ooh.
Meister Chica says,
More work per frame, more frame rate in noobs' eyes.
Yeah. The thing is, if we do less work per frame, that work still has to be done, it's just spread over more frames. So it's just reducing choppiness. So this is in nanoseconds apparently. So this is how much time it takes to composite Automat surface. If I put a timer here and start it maybe.
But you don't more than 60, 75, 100 at most.
Nanoseconds, so those are microseconds.
Everything above that just wastes compute on GPU.
Nah, I like my 120 Hz refresh rate. Okay, I need to actually print this in a more reasonable... way. Result is always going to be 1. So this final composite takes on the order of milliseconds. And rendering the timer. I guess the timer is probably this one at the top. Like half a millisecond to render the timer and 1.5 milliseconds to composite everything. It takes a lot to composite everything because we are running pretty heavy shaders for the background and so on. That's probably why GPU is complaining so much. So if I hide the window, this should stop. I then show this. Should show a pretty, yeah. We get accurate times. That was very cool. That was a nice fix.
120 I can understand. But I when you have, say, 60k shaders in game and still push for unlimited FPS. That can't understand.
Yeah. Switch to...
Driver will cap it at device refresh rate anyways, and your CPU and GPU will be wasting compute for no reason.
I mean, the advantage is that you can get slightly lower latency. You know, if you render multiple frames per screen refresh, per display refresh, you know, the subsequent frames are kind of, you can save like almost 16 milliseconds of latency if you have like infinite FPS. 16 milliseconds is not that, it's noticeable. Almost noticeable. Some people can notice this. I guess I will change the name of the stream because we are not working on the new flip-flop design. So this is updating Skia.
It will get buffered any, so what's the point?
Well, the point is that there is a point. You get more up-to-date contents on the screen. You get them earlier if you rely on this FIFO mode of Vulkan, like the default.
Wasting VRAM, I guess.
I like low latency displays, actually. And I like having a warm room in the winter. So, two arguments for unlimited FPS. Heating and latency. Maybe I can try this.
Why not run LMM?
That also works. Yeah. Probably the biggest issue with LLMs is that they stop working automatically, so they are not a reliable heating method. So you have to restart them constantly because they will just say, oh, I finished, and wait for you. I guess hooking an LLM to a thermostat would work.
Give them huge task. Prince.
How much context do I still have?
Like, review each and every source file in Linux kernel.
I have 1,000,000 token context? Whoa! Okay, I do not need autocompact. This is insane. Okay, I didn't know that. So I can use this locally. I was doing, what was the context for this fix? Oh yeah, I remember. It was here. So this is fixed. I want to fix those things. Code quality. I think code quality at this stage is equally important. So,
You really need to draw McP, but why?
I would be scared to install it. That's too much for me. This is space that I care about. AI has no right to be here.
Stroke counter del blah. Stroke counter post increment operator.
Yeah, I remember this Krita file. It's so large because it was vibe coded. So this is actually almost entirely vibe coded piece of code. Maybe there were some manual iterations. I see some traces of my hand here.
My git grep was also vibe coded.
That's not quite what I want. I wonder how fast do I type? Silence this. $32. That's acceptable. Yeah, it didn't explain the trick quest about Big Burner. It didn't explain the interesting stuff, like the background compute. Background compute is interesting. Nice. Documentation that read the docs is outdated. Oh, I have 40k. I am rich. I'm so rich. What? Train strength, defense. Okay. This looks like a fun game. Okay. You. Okay, this is like 20% chance of working. This looks fine. This looks fine. Oh. This looks fine. would be nice if I could take those points, instead of any parsing, I would like to put them in context arrays. Points. It's conics. Interesting. Those are just weights. Okay. Yeah, I think we will do this. We will use this row constructor. Yeah. It does make a copy anyway. Okay, what happened here? Okay, it did kind of what I wanted, but was this correct? It's actually suspicious to me that all of this seems to work still. Something is wrong. Looks kind of perfect. Bake SVG path. Yeah, yeah. This is impressive stuff. Arcs are not supported. Arcs are the best. Arcs are the best SVG command. I guess this SVG parser is kind of a standard thing. LLM can just, you know, create one from memory. And this is the matrix multiplication. Nice. Yeah, just to see. I want to see if this will break it. Okay, the shapes are flipped upside down now. Ooh. Just wanted to see if... because the fact that it worked on the first try was it was just suspicious. Returns two lists. Lists of points and verbs, I think. Okay, we do not emit any SVG anymore. This looks so nice. Wow. Opus with 1 million context is pretty sweet. Our new operator. Looks basically the same. Much less visual noise. Here nothing changed. I could even shorten this. I could call this the, like, RGBA, for instance, or C4F. That is probably good enough. It's saying that it cannot collapse to literal, but I think it could. I should test this. I should test this before sending. Just a basic smoke test to see if it crashes. Yeah, it works. This is probably not related to anything. And this is the last one, basically. exactly. I mean, it's like, it's insane the amount of work that it's doing. It would take me hours to do this. Or maybe an hour. But still, this is like an hour of work in like 10 minutes. I would probably do this earlier. I would probably do this migration when switching to the newer Skia, honestly. Yeah, all the fix is done. Wow. Zero, one. Yeah. This is strange. Oh, okay, this is because we are always rounding down by default. Okay, makes sense. Automatic refactoring. Oh, okay. Risky business. Yeah, I guess there are some places would require manual intervention. Seems like it fixed everything already. I do wonder, maybe some of those places could be replaced. Yeah, like those. not all of the changes are good. Those separate variables were nice. I cannot tell what the color is by just looking at the string. Oh yeah, YouTube chat is down. Interesting. A message from Jumper, who sends us a random executable, which we will totally run. Nice, nice. Sounds cool. I definitely want this sweep shader. Is erect shader? Yes, also. Also gradient. This 5 is strange, I do not know what it is about. Check UI connection widget line 120. I see, I see. Maybe I should have saved the existing changes. Yeah, this is good. This is okay. Nice. It's cleaning the code base. So nice when somebody else does this. Okay, so this is a script for changing the colors. A broken one, actually. It's amazing that this works. AI kind of writes small helper Python scripts to refactor the code. Refactoring with regex just never works. We have a lot of quality review. That's interesting. I actually thought it will switch the table tint to escape color for F. This is actually better. Why waste space?
Since LVM is large time investment, I think Clanker could integrate usage of Skashikak into build process.
But this still needs some kind of server that will hold the results. I mean, just running Zcash locally, it doesn't really help with anything because we cache the results anyway. You know, once you build LLVM once, it's there, it's built. You do not rebuild it anymore.
It helps if you accidentally remove build error.
It's kind of like accidentally removing Zcash directory. Sometimes it's one place where this would help is like first time builds. Zcash could actually help in fetching them from somewhere, but doing this in some shared, that would require some infrastructure, some shared build infra. For local development, I do not see this. Okay, there is one more thing. This file deserves more, this interface. More attention. What? Yeah, and I think this will have some nice avalanche effect, this type change, because we are passing this color, yeah, in lots of APIs, like those. I'm amazed by the order that this AI is working with. It first changes it would first change this header, and then the implementation, and then fix the header again, and do this kind of sequence of changes, propagate them, and not everything at once. I guess it's fine. Yep. Orange and orange for it. I like this parrot thread. But it would be nice if I could copy this line. Yep. We switched the tint to a 4-byte version, like for float version. I guess it's fine. Cool. Yes. Yes. Very nice. And this is fine. An advantage of slow language models is that you can, in real time, see what they are working on.
And you can play Bitburner while waiting.
What the hell? That's better. Underscore line format. Okay, time to see if everything still works. Simple change, large but simple. This works. This works. This one is glitchy as hell. This one, I'd rather not activate this one. Okay. I don't see any silly code anymore. There's probably some silly code somewhere. Like this make tint filter. Almost certainly silly. I think this is fine. Oops. Cool. It's going super well, but it's kind of getting late. And YouTube API is out of quota, so only half of the stream is working. So I guess this is time to say goodbye. I will play this game. I'm going to play this tomorrow. Looks fun. Anyway, see you on Friday. On Friday, the plan is to hopefully fix the Windows build so that it builds on both OSs, and maybe we can actually get the system tray to work on Windows. We will see. Anyway, see you in 2 days. Bye bye.